Mic test. Ooh, perfect. Okay, yeah. So there was still like 5 minutes on the counter, but I just wanted to make sure that everything was working. Always gotta do that mic check, because the amount of times I have done this without my mic being on. Okay. So I don't have much of an intro planned. I might have to come back and do one later, but for now, yeah, basically I played the demo of this for my YouTube channel, and despite like the mixed reviews of the game, I actually thought it was a lot of fun. There was some people who were like, they didn't like the aspect of items not glowing and yelling at you, hey, I'm a clue. And then other people were like, absolutely loved the fact that the game didn't do that, and I am one of those people. I actually really enjoyed how there was no glowing objects, that there was no definitive, hey, this is a clue. And so I really liked that. So you kind of had to build the story yourself and come to your own conclusions yourself, and I really appreciated that. But let's get right into this. Scene investigators. Ooh, I can multiple save datas. Custom game settings are tied to their respective save data file. Custom game settings. I didn't see anything about customize. Oh, I see. So assisted mode. In assisted mode, the game provides a clue list as the clues are found, allowing players to reference them during the investigation. In addition, players are informed of incorrect answers to help them understand where they might get their hypothesis wrong. Detective mode. In detective mode, the game caters towards a more realistic investigative experience. No hints or in-game help will be provided. Only a fully correct hypothesis of the crime scene can lead to all the right answers needed to solve the case. So, I guess between reading these two, I think the demo may have been a split between the two of them. Because in the demo, it did tell us how many we had right and how many we had wrong, but there was no clue list. So I think I'm going to go with detective mode, because I don't want stuff to be handed to me. Scene Investigators is a hardcore detective game. The more challenging case files will require some element of hypothesis testing. This game shines best when playing with a partner to bounce ideas and brainstorm theories. Brace yourself for a brain teaser. Oh yeah, when I was playing the demo, not only did I have my notes that I was taking, but I was like talking to myself. I was bouncing ideas off me, myself, and I. Disclaimer. This is a work of fiction. So Scene Investigators is an experience created for detective, true crime, and escape room fans. So they're just the usual disclaimer stuff. I'm not sure how well you guys could hear that, but basically it was a personal assistant asking for our name. We are Mulbre. Yes, this is the name I want recorded. We're creating a data file. Oh, crime scene reconstruction room. Giving me some notes. Okay.
When there aren't enough evidence present in the crime scene, you will need to trust your intuition, build in facts, and make smart, calculated assumptions. Quote, when all else fails, don't give up. take a break. Comb through the crime scene again and revisit the clues previously gathered in fresh eyes. Now that we've gone through them, let's do a preliminary trial, shall we?
Ooh, we get to do a trial.
This on the overall grade.
Overall grade.
Come to grasp with the fundamentals of the exam to come. Are you ready?
Well, if she's gonna say it's a test, I don't test well.
Understood. Loading the preliminary trial.
I think the preliminary trial might be the demo. In which case, I actually still have the answers written down from the demo. Oh. Okay, this is not the demo. This is not the demo, guys. Oh, I wanted to read that. Oh no. Okay, how to play. F for case file menu, escape pause menu. Movement is WASD, sprint control is crouch. Left mouse button to interact, right mouse button to zoom, Q back. Tools, L is flashlight. Okay, that's different. C is camera. I might change flashlight to F just because it's more natural, more intuitive. I is image viewer, N is notepad. Okay, we can go back to the situation here. The police have arrested a man they suspect to be about to rob a bank. They confiscated items found in the van the man was standing by. The police were able to get the man to give up the names of his accomplices. It is suspected that the man and his accomplices might also be involved in the purse snatching of Helen Turner. However, all the police have are the items from the getaway van, the criminal records of the 3 men that were going to rob the bank, and the independent report from Helen Turner. Using what is available, can you answer these questions asked in the case file? So what we have here, right from the get-go, is that multiple men, only one was actually associated with the van, but he did give up names. So we're going based off of solely this man's testimonial that these other men were supposedly involved. There were items in the van that he was standing next to, and they're calling it the getaway van. And then there was a purse snatching. Sorry, I'm just like moving things around my desk so I can away. I'm just trying to get to my note page here. You'd think that I was like all prepared to stream so that I would have this note page ready to go, but I wonder if I should label that page, be like, hey, this was the demo. Yeah, I think we could definitely get what we need here. Who was the getaway driver? Who was involved in stealing Helen Turner's purse? Well, just from the situation alone, we should know who the getaway driver was. That's kind of a weird question to ask. Ooh, sensitivity's not really good. I'm just gonna up the sensitivity just a little bit. That's what I'll have to do. So we have a beer can, some ciggies, money, a phone. I see van location, initial arrest, Clover Bank, Supreme Burgers, Cart Convenience ATM, location of incident. Oh yeah, that's right, our crouch. Oh my goodness, crouch gets us all the way down there. Okay. This is the chain of custody. Oh, I cannot read that. So I have a My Master Plan, Clover Bank, monthly swap, Lorenzo will send all of us exact date. Part 1 of swap. 3:15 to 3:35, 20-minute window, every second counts. Be in positions 3:15 sharp. Get in, get out. So I'm assuming monthly swap is what they're calling their monthly robbery. Minimum security at this time. Security returns from swap. From second part of swap. Monthly swap. Second part. Oh, maybe it's the money? 3:35 to 3:55, too much activity. Plan B, activity returns to normal at like 4:10-ish. May have to resort to robbery at gunpoint. Plan C, wait another month, don't have time. Okay, so I think the monthly swap is, yes, it's their robbery, but it's also something to do with like swapping money, swapping guards. We do have a name, Lorenzo. Alrighty. Hopefully you guys can see that on your end. It's kind of small, but okay. So we do have a name. We have Lorenzo. Now, whether that's an alias or his real name, but he will be sending dates. Which is interesting because there's like a time, but not a date. Split. 55% man with the plan, 15% helper, 25% getaway driver, 5% for Lorenzo. So definitely can put not get away driver. Now, he could be the getaway driver and Lorenzo, but like we're just going to assume that he is not the getaway driver. 55% man with the plan, 15% helper. So that's important. Richmond donates thousands of dollars. Oh. Goodness gracious. I hope they don't plan on having me read all of that. Murder of Victoria Wells arrested. Local family store goes out of business. Pyramid scheme. Okay, we're going to maybe later. Maybe later. So we have money. Not quite a lot, but definitely some. It's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600. 635. It's only $645, $40. And some of it's pretty dirty. Some of it's crisp. The 10 and the 5s are definitely dirty. Four pine. Beer. I don't like beer. Smooth and encouraging. So, cigarettes. Oh, one of those kinds of phones. Alright, so we have our police investigation. Subject Helen Turner. So this is the girl whose purse got stolen. So Helen Turner. She's Caucasian, female, hair color brown. So that's just all about her. Subject unknown. They had light skin. They were roughly 5'5" with dark hair. On the corner of Harmonia Street and Xanadu Ave in Portland, Oregon. Total value $50. Phone mint green case. How much was cash? There was $40 cash. Okay, so Dine lottery. So the newspaper did mention the lottery. If $40 cash, because I was saying earlier that some of these bills look dirtier than others. So that's 10, 20, 30, 35. So between Yeah, the 10s, the 5s, and the 1s, that's 40. So whoever had the cash, that's who stole her purse. Okay, just gonna write that down real quick. Frank Carter. He's white, he's 5'6". I think this is why they had that disclaimer, just because it was somebody's picture. Petty theft, stole from civilians. Shoplifting, stole items from stores. He was a con man. So I think these were previous crimes. Carter is known for having done forgeries, but it was never proven and he was never convicted. So Frank Carter is one of our people. Chad Harris. Anthony Young. I think I spelled his name. No, I spelled it right. Okay. No, wait, no, I spelled it wrong. You know, it's right there in front of me, and I still spelled it wrong. Okay. So he has no other info. But he also has petty theft. 5'7", 5'6", 5'6". So I think her description, height, I think that means greater than. No. Less than? Honestly, I don't remember. Okay, so we have Helen Turner, Portland Police, written statement form. So they were at home. I went to wake up call cafe to meet up with my friend around 2 p.m. Nothing of note happened. I just told my friend the news had they announced the winning numbers of a lottery I played and I had won some money. I was going to cash it in today. We made plans to meet up again to celebrate. I left the cafe about 45 minutes earlier. I headed towards Cart Convenience. That was around the time I got knocked over by a man coming up from behind me. Next thing I know, I was watching him turn around the left corner with my purse in his hands. You never really think such things would happen to you until they do. All I remember is that he was a bit taller than me and that he had dark hair and light skin. As soon as I was able to gather my wits, I asked a passerby to call the police. Okay, so he has dark hair. They all have dark hair. So that doesn't help. And they're all roughly 5'5". So that doesn't help. Did it say? No, it hasn't told us who the getaway. Okay, there's Cart Convenience. Location of incident, 8 p.m. Wake up call cafe. Interesting. I wish they told us who the initial arrest was. Because I'm assuming that the money, this extra money, the $600, I'm betting is what they won from the lotto. Does this mention any of them being a smoker? Released for good behavior. Okay, so pretty much all we've proven at this point is that yes, they definitely were connected. Whoever was involved in the robbery did steal from her. But how am I supposed to know? I wish they would have told us who the initial arrest was, because all I know right now is that it wasn't Lorenzo. I don't know why my mouse isn't cooperating. Use my mouse pad itself. I gotta bring out a new mouse pad, but so there's the van location. I hope it doesn't make me read that newspaper. Location, corner of Harmonia Street and Xanadu Ave. So maybe the person who stole her purse is the same guy who would have been standing at the van. That's the problem with my mouse, is there's a dogs. Dogs will get their hair everywhere. Yeah. So this is where her purse got stolen. Overbank. I mean, realistically, the guy who took her purse was like nowhere near. Okay. Who was the getaway driver, and who was involved in stealing Helen Turner's purse? Oh, it lets us pick multiple people. Man with the plan, helper, getaway driver. Yeah, because the ticket is gone. The ticket is not in the possessions. So they've turned in the ticket. Wow. Nice. They got 4 matching numbers, so they got $600. Well, dang. So whoever was that took her purse went to Cart Convenience to get the money, and they hadn't made it to the ATM. Assuming they would have even gone to the ATM. Or were they saying that, oh, they said this stuff was in the getaway van. So whoever stole the purse had that stuff in the getaway van. Okay. Okay, so whoever stole the purse was also the getaway driver. So it's the same person. So once we figure out who that is, it'll answer both questions. But how do we know? Because they all have light skin, they all have dark hair, and they're all taller than her. Oh my gosh. So this person, petty theft, stole from the elderly. Identity theft, armed robbery, petty theft, stole from civilians. So, I mean, they all were attempting to rob a bank, so we probably can say not Chad. because he doesn't have a prior of robbery. This person specifically targets elderly and conned women. This one just is civilians. Do we know how old Helen is? We do have her date of birth, 67. And it's 09. So that's what, 33 in 2000, in the year 2000 plus 9, so 40. That's not elderly. So we could potentially hypothesize Frank, maybe? Simply because he targets civilians and the other person targeted elderly, but Helen is not elderly. Oh, we got some messages. Okay, so we have, are you sure we can trust this guy? He seems all over the place. Phone owner, I know you hate unpredictability, but we've already seen what he can do. I'm sure it'll be fine. Lorenzo vouched for him personally. He's just a temp anyways. Bah, I hate Lorenzo as well, but someone that at least has his respect must be somewhat capable. So we have somebody who doesn't like Lorenzo, and neither of these people, so the phone owner is not Lorenzo. I mean, I think we already established the getaway driver was not Lorenzo. Hey, do you have time? I overheard something real interesting. $600 cash. It'll be real quick and it's on the way. Boss told us don't use this number if it's not related to the job. You're too loyal to that guy. Isn't he younger than you? We go a long way back. Besides, there's rumors that he was already stealing big time at just 8 years old. In that sense, he's my senior. Shh, whatever. You in or not, we can split it 50-50. Okay, so 2 people. Okay, so 2 people were actually involved. And Lorenzo is younger. Okay. Oh, this is the date. Like, I'm having a hard time understanding if there's 4 people involved or if there's 3 people involved. So there's 3 different numbers here. Okay, I think it is 4 people because the phone owner's number. Okay, so we have the 4019 who doesn't trust somebody. Then we have 113 or 1330 who is in on the robbery. And 4566 who's the man with the plan. Okay. Okay. So if we go back to here, how old are you? 35, 28, 38. So if we say Lorenzo is 20. Interesting. So he only said younger than you. He didn't say younger than us. So if we peg Carter Frank as Lorenzo, and we say the man with the plan wasn't actually ever arrested. Okay, so if we say he is Frank, then that means Harris Chad. And Young. We say those are the ones that stole the purse. Okay, what did she say? Left about 45 minutes, headed towards Cart Convenience, knocked over, watching him turn around the corner with a purse in his hands. So it's interesting. So she only had actually one person bump into her. Okay, so whoever the phone owner was is the person who did the actual robbery, which means that's the person in the getaway vehicle. So of the two, either Harris or Young, one of them did the robbing, or did the getaway. Okay, so who was involved? So Frank, not Frank, whoops. Chad Harris, and Tony. Yeah, okay. So we know that much for certain. It was those two. Who was the getaway driver? Oh, so Lorenzo will send the date. So I guess not that it really matters, but that does mean this is Lorenzo. Man, I wish they told us who they arrested, who was the initial arrestee. Hello, Luma, how you doing? Like you think if they're gonna arrest somebody, they would tell us who the initial arrested was. I'm glad you're doing well. I too am doing well. I am stumped though. I'm greatly stumped. So, in this case, they arrested somebody, and then that somebody then snitched on the other people in his crew, except for some reason, they did not tell us who the initial arrestee was. They just said, the police have arrested a man they suspect to be about to rob a bank. They confiscated items from the van. But they don't actually tell us who. Who was the initial arrestee? And it's like, I understand they're trying to make a puzzle, but you'd think that they would give us that piece of information. Because with what I know, gasp, Loka, you stole a lady's purse? Very dare. I don't know, Loka. I don't know. I'm stealing a purse? Or, I don't know, I think it's too late to play innocent. But yeah, they were like, so 2 people got together to steal this purse. This is the location that they stole the purse at. This is the convenience store. Because we know that the guy redeemed the ticket. That's why they robbed her in the first place, was because she had a $600 lottery ticket. And then the items here that they have were taken from the van. So of the 2 guys, innocent, not guilty. Oh my gosh, this game is gonna, this is gonna make my eye twitch. Is there like hidden information? Is there like something I am missing? I mean, I could just guess which of the 2 it was that actually was like the getaway vehicle. Armed robbery, targeted banks. I mean, we've already decided that this is. Alright, I'm just gonna guess which one was the getaway driver, and we're gonna say Chad Harris. Because I am like, I don't even know. 0 out of 2 questions answer. Oh my god. Not even close. Okay. So we know that Chad did not steal the purse. Chad did not steal purse or drive. Wow. And that also means Anthony. If I can spell his name right. Anthony did not steal purse. Okay. Wow. That was bad. That was bad. Oh my goodness. So the reason I chose them was because in the phone there was a text message here. Isn't he younger than you? So they said the boss and younger than you. And I could have sworn that Lorenzo, unless Lorenzo is his real name. Here's Chad Anthony Young. So he's 38, 28, 35. Oh my goodness, you know what? Anthony could still be involved in the purse theft. Because just because I had the question wrong doesn't mean one of the answers couldn't have been correct. Because you can put multiple lines here, and we know for a fact 2 people were involved. So I think the only thing I can definitely get rid of is Chad. Because, and then we can put Frank in here. Okay, because Lorenzo was not involved. He was not at all involved in the purse theft. But I still think it could have been Anthony Young. So we could, so instead of Chad, okay, Frank is 35. And Chad is 28. Anthony Young is 38. Right? It's me, and this is a giant cover-up. I'm inserting myself into the police force so I can get away with lots of crimes. All the crimes, every crime. Yeah, I think Anthony is the one who actually took the purse. Because he's taller than the victim. He's white with dark hair. He has the darkest hair of the group. Because everyone else just has brown hair. So yes, Anthony definitely stole the purse. He's definitely involved. And if he's the one who took the purse because the money was found in the van, I'm going to try this time with, who was the getaway driver? Anthony. Okay. Oh. 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 1 out of 2. 1 out of 2. I don't know which one.
Understood. You will be presented with a selection window during the exam. To pass, which case file would you like to take?
Well, I wanted to do the preliminary just to
Voting preliminary trial. Voting complete. Goodbye.
Okay, so I got 1 out of 2 correctly. I don't know which one. But we got 1 out of 2. But what I wanted to test was get rid of. Okay, I just wanted to see if getting rid of one of the names helped. Okay, you know what that tells me? That I had that it was not Anthony. That was the getaway driver. Yeah, I'm just so good, Luma. I'm just that good. Okay. Okay. Add a name. Who was the other person that I had? Oh no, I forgot. It was Frank. Frank Carter. Okay. Frank, you were the getaway driver. Yes. Ooh, if I can spell away. Getaway driver. I have no idea how I was supposed to figure that out given the evidence, but by golly, at least I figured out who stole the purse. Ooh, there's a mystery. Grade A is needed to pass exam. Alright, so we have... This one is 1.5 stars. This one's 2 stars. This one's 1 star. I think I'm gonna go do the 1 star, but I think this was the demo game. I think this was the... Oh, there's multiple scenarios. Okay. Oh yeah, I did do that. It's now showing 100%. Alright, situation. The day started busy as usual for a financially struggling family trying to make ends meet. Before leaving for her early work shift, the mother kissed the sleeping kids goodbye. Unbeknownst to her, that day had turned into one that changed the family forever. Search through the scene and uncover what happened. Okay, so I'm going to label this page tutorial. And we're going to go to the next page. Okay. So we've got a mother with kids. And the situation did say missing. So it's just vague enough to not actually tell us what happened, but I have a suspicion she went missing. Or somebody went missing. Okay. Ooh. There's like a weird bit of like, wow. Mouse is going crazy. We've got shoes. Hazel and Nicholas. So those are the kids. And I'm going to make an assumption here. I know people not necessarily approved of, but I'm going to assume Hazel is a girl. And Nicholas is a boy. And I would say this looks like a man's pair of shoes, but this is definitely the mother's shoes. But this also could be like women's hiking boots. Oh my goodness, guys, look at the piece of art. Oh, isn't that fantastic? Oh, it's adorable. my nephew came and visited recently, and so I set him up I had an old poster frame, so it was like a, piece of plastic that covered a giant piece of cardboard. And so I took out the original poster that was in it, and I replaced it with coloring pages, and then got a whole bunch of markers, and so he was able to color on the plastic with these little markers. And every once in a while he would kind of miss the frame a little bit, and he'd start drawing on the the glass that it was leaning up, because it was the glass fronting of our storage thing, giant, where we put all of our board games. And so yeah, he would just very casually like go off the board. Oh, it's ribbon. Oh my goodness, the markers everywhere. Oh. Oh no, that's fascinating. That's a Sudoku board. I have never seen that before. I want it, I need it, I must have it. Oh my goodness. That is absolutely fantastic. Okay, but like, no, seriously, imagine you've got a Sudoku, like a book of Sudoku puzzles, and if you don't want to ruin the book, or if you want other people to be able to also solve those same puzzles, you would just pick the puzzle you want, set it up here on the board, and then go for it. That is absolutely fantastic. Okay, moving on. Moving on. Ooh, what's the book say? Hamlet. Oh, by William Shakespeare. Connor Moore Public Hospital medical bill. Ooh, that's $10,000. Oh, that hits a little too close to home. I too have expensive medical bills that I am like avoiding looking at. So there's a man and a woman here. So there was definitely a husband in the picture at some point. Goodness, that is a busy schedule. Grocery shopping. Thomas takes care of kids until Gina comes over. Gina takes over from 3 to 8. So Thomas leaves to Albuquerque. Hey, this is in Canada. Wilson's. That makes a lot of sense, Luma. Exactly. Thomas leaves to Reno. So Thomas keeps getting mentioned a lot. Or Tomas. Does he equal father? And then we have Gina. I can't imagine whoever it was that wrote this schedule. Yeah, pay Gina. So Gina is a caretaker. Okay. Thomas comes back. They off. He Gina is crossed out. He Gina is circled. Gina has a family gathering from noon. Thomas comes back. This seems to be like a constant, like, reoccurring Thomas comes back, Thomas comes back. Thomas takes care of kids. Wilsons. So the Wilsons are not Gina. That is a completely different group of people. And then there's a Miss Olsen keeps calling. Call her back. So there's like a lot of information packed in. Gina's last... Oh. Interesting. So Gina quit. And then she's not getting paid. And Thomas is not coming back. That is okay. Miss Olson. So could it be Gina Olson? We have Star Diner. All day breakfast menu. The phone number there. Okay. Gina, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can pay you this Friday on the 11th. I will pay the amount next Friday along with your next payment. But it was her last day. Why would she still be getting paid? I mean, obviously you have to pay her for work done, but then afterwards... Hey, Catherine, I talked to the Wilsons and they are happy to have you. The work starts from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. But since it pays well, it can help with your family situation. Anyways, call me if you're interested. I left the agreement contract inside too. Megan. P.S. I still think it's better if you break things off with Thomas. Oh. Okay, so Catherine. So she's the mother / wife of Thomas. And the Wilsons. Okay, so this is her work shift. The Wilsons 1 p.m. to 9. Okay, so those are the days she's working. Ooh, we got some voicemails. We get to snoop people's voicemails. Transcription, that's it. Now I will be taking things into my own Ooh.
That's it. Now I will be taking things into my own hands.
That was a very distinctly female voice.
Hi, Mrs. Patton. This is Mrs. Byrne, Nicholas's teacher. Nicholas wasn't able to take part of today's activities today. Make sure he brings his backpack next time.
Okay, so these are two different phone numbers. 3466 is his teacher. Nicholas's teacher. He left his backpack at home. That's kind of an odd thing to forget. You'd think that as a parent you'd notice your kid was leaving the house without their backpack. But then a 9753, very distinctly female, they were like taking things into their own hands. Okay, so I'm gonna write down this number. 9753 left threatening voice mail. I don't care if I spelled voicemail wrong. Oh, that's a pretty picture. It's actually quite nice. Yeah, it was a little spooky, wasn't it? Alexander Elementary event schedule. Let's see. Okay. Cute little thermos, yeah. Ooh, a wallet. So I'm assuming this is Catherine? Paid fuel. Good for fuel only for September. Well, that's rather specific. Hillside Bank. Okay. Dexter. Oh, that was to get the photos printed. Cash out voucher. Ooh. That looks like my casino cash out vouchers. I'll always go in with like $20 and that's all I ever spend. And then I always come out with like 5 cents. ATM transaction record. $300. I'm assuming that's gonna be the money he lost at the casino. No voice. Oh, there are voicemails. Transcription. Hi, honey. I just wanted to remind you to pick up the kids tomorrow because I won't be able to. Anyways, miss you. Safe driving.
Hey, honey. I just wanted to remind you to pick up the kids tomorrow because I won't be able to.
Transcription. Honey, it's difficult for you, I know, but I'm getting tired of this. I need you to tell me what's happening to you. We need to talk. Call me tonight.
Honey, it's difficult for you. I know, but I am getting tired of this. I need you to tell me what's happening to you. We need to talk. Call me tonight.
Get something off of Amazon. As tempting as that would be, if it actually worked, oh my goodness, I would panic. I would so panic if it actually worked. Although I think we're missing the security number. Yeah, there's like a 3-digit code that's missing. Yeah, we're missing that 3-digit code. Looks like none of these drawers are accessible. There's no coffee. Oh no. Right? We need to get coffee on the developer. Call up the Loki shop, give him that card number. If Nicholas is too fussy, you can give him some crackers in the cabinet. For emergencies, call me at. So these are the numbers of Star Diner and Wilson's. Okay, neither of these numbers were the ones that left the threatening message. However, I will note these numbers. 624-2271 is Star. Oh, so she had 2 jobs. And 348 902 5412 Wilson's. That was the house that her friend got her. I will buy groceries with next paycheck, and no cookie without mommy or Thomas present. Oh, Nicholas drew a little car. Quite artistic. Lots of coupons. Hey, if you get coupons like these, use them. That's what my family used to do. This is the start. So this is one of the places where she worked. But why that's not on the door, or the fridge, is kind of odd. So this is notes for how to take care of the kids. And it's stapled to the note with Megan. Okay, so Megan was the sitter. Oh, Gina takes over. That's 2 different people. The little artist strikes again. Hazel, Mommy will be very busy and won't be able to cook for you and Nicholas. Whenever Thomas is home, he'll prepare all the meals. Otherwise, on the days that he is not home, I will leave $12 on the dining table and dining table in the morning. Give yourself $6 and your brother the other $6. You must use this for food and only food. Ooh. Hey, gotta snoop. It's very important to snoop. Okay, so the $6 is gone. There is no $6. Today, Carla and Jasmine showed me their Princess Elena dolls. Elena? During recess, I couldn't play with them because I only have the Dearly doll. I want to play with them. Why couldn't she play? Today, on the way back, Gina let us go to the toy shop. I like my Dearly doll, but Princess Elena was really pretty. Oh, so she was doing math. 6 plus 6 equals 12. 12 plus 12 is 24. 24 plus 6 is 30. Today was PE and we played soccer. Jasmine and I were Team Red. I think Carla wanted to be Team Red too. Jasmine is really good at soccer. Walking back made me so tired. Also, we are running out of bread. Today my teacher had me meet someone during lunch. Her name was Hannah. We talked about Mommy. I think she's Mommy's friend. I'm glad Mommy has someone who cares about her. It was finally Mommy's day off. So Hannah was most likely a social worker. It was finally Mommy's day off today, but I couldn't show Mommy my drawings. When she wasn't sleeping, she was talking to Thomas on the phone. She seemed mad at him. Mommy is always working now, so I only see her on her day off. So, Thomas should not have been called Thomas if that was their father. So he is not a father. That is most likely a stepfather, maybe? Last night I woke up because I heard something. Mommy was crying. She was saying that she was sorry. Thomas was hugging her. Why does Mommy need to be sorry? Today we only had oatmeal for breakfast. I miss when we walked to the store to buy muffins. Nicholas would give me half of his and I would give him half of mine so we can eat 2 flavors. Well, that's sweet. So we learned a few things. So we have another name. Hannah equals social worker. Oh, this is the doll she wanted. So she did get the doll, and it's missing. Area is inaccessible for exam. Well, where'd the doll go? Inaccessible. Art class. Required payments until payday. Gas bill, Thomas car loan, landline service, water bill, cell phone service, and Gina. How do I pay her? Borrow money, ask for her to wait, pay from savings. Okay. So we've got this Gina who's not getting paid, and a Thomas car loan, which, I mean, don't pay his car loan. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, honey. I'm sorry that it's become like this. I couldn't turn down the job, but when I come back, I want to make it up to you. In the meantime, I ordered some flowers for you. Hope you like them. So if he's got a job that he can't turn down, how do they not have money? Happy birthday, honey. Hope you have a wonderful day, Thomas. Merry Christmas, honey. So again, Thomas is still not here. Another happy birthday from Thomas. Happy birthday, Catherine. Oh, would you like to have coffee sometime? So this was before they were dating. And then now they are dating. Nicholas was worse today. Tantrums are as always, but he started throwing toys again. You need to talk to him. He needs more discipline. You have a family and bills too. To treat someone who helped raise your children this way, I see that you have lost your integrity. So this has to be a note from Gina. Stop by gas station, get new fuel cards for September, $80 each for 2 cards, withdraw money from bank. Los Angeles Police Department. On September 6th, I was dispatched to Garner's Ferry Road due to a 911 call that came at 2 in the morning. I was soon met with Jeffrey Macy, who stated that he had finished shopping and was on the way to his car when a boy, Nicholas, ran up to him. The boy asked Jeffrey to help his sister. That was when Jeffrey saw Hazel unconscious on the ground of the parking lot. An employee at Terry's Toy Box witnessed Hazel walk out of the store with her brother a few minutes prior to the call. Hazel was taken to hospital immediately. So, Hazel was hospitalized after leaving a toy store, so I have a feeling that maybe she hadn't been eating because she was saving her money to buy the toy. Oh, on their engagement. Megan? So they are married. He's definitely a husband. But they don't call him dad, so is he really... Is this... Oh, it's an antidepressant. So Catherine... I'm just gonna say takes meds for short notes. Study of astronomy. Truckers United Health Insurance. Oh, was Thomas a truck driver? Yeah, refrigerated freight driver. Card is $19.99. Okay, let me check the calendar. 1998. Oh, you're right. So they were engaged. Did we have ages on the kids yet? Or actually, hold on, we can look at this here. Okay, so 96 is when he asked her out for coffee. So if it's only been 2 years, Hazel could potentially not be his child, but Thomas could be. No. If Thomas is going to school and wearing a backpack, he is definitely older than 2 years. So for 19, yeah, so they're not married yet. And this was sent in 97. That was a 2-year engagement. They set their wedding for 2 years in the future. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. Okay, but he is definitely not their father. Because if they met 2 years prior to the game date of 1998, then there is no way he can be a dad. But he is a long-haul trucker. So the thing with truckers is, as a trucker, I can have a little insight into this. They have an incredibly high divorce rate. Simply because a lot of couples can't handle that time apart. And so the spouse or partner who's typically left at home, even if they are left at home with kids, they will start to resent the fact that he or she is gone all of the time, and will either find a love with someone else and leave, or they'll just simply take all the money and leave. However, that does bring a huge question as to why they are struggling for money, because in the 1997 to 1998, truckers were making a lot of money. So he could have easily been paying for the entire household and then some. There's a recipe of spaghetti. Los Angeles, Bakerfield, Sacramento, Reno. Truck stop. So this is probably some of his routes. Going up to Seattle. Even more money. So with the ATMs and the gambling, depending on what state you're in here in the US, they actually do have casinos attached to trucker rest stops. So I know that that is a big issue. That is a lot of alcohol bottles. It is a pretty nice house, isn't it? It's pretty clean, pretty crisp. Alright, so after... Oh my goodness, is that a little... Oh, there's a camera. Here's a little toy train. Okay, so after an initial preview of everything... Goodness. We got a few questions here. Where was everyone at 2 p.m. on the 6th of September? We have Catherine, Thomas, Hazel, Nicholas. Who picked up the kids on September 18th? And would the insurance cover the hospital bill? So where did I see the note about like the initial hospital bill? Where was that at? Because I remember picking it up and going, oh my gosh. Was this it? Okay. So this was the initial hospital bill. IV hydration treatment. So she was thirsty. It was $10,000. And if we come over here to the insurance information, to September 30th, 1998. I guess that's really all we need to know right here is 1998. Okay. 9798. And I gotta go back. Zoom zoom. Zoom zoom. September 30. Okay, September is January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. That's 9. 9/30/98. So yeah, it technically, yes, it would have covered it. They would have had 23 days left. September 18th. Thomas. Oh, that explains all of the Thomas comes back because he's a truck driver. So every time it says Thomas comes back, it means he comes back from trekking. So who would have picked them up on the 18th? That would have been Thomas. Where was everyone at 2 p.m. on the 6th of September? Well, let's see. September 6th. He would have been at the Wilsons. 1 p.m. to 9. Oh, so this is for the Wilsons. Okay, did we have anything anywhere that told us the Wilsons' information? We do have the Wilsons' phone number. Okay, maybe I'm losing it, but did we ever actually see what the Wilsons' location? This is a Thomas Harrington? His full name here. So he owed a bunch of money. But okay, I don't know if I'm crazy or not, but did we ever actually get the Wilsons' location? I don't think we actually ever got their location. Or if we did, I completely glossed over it and was like, oh, that's not important. So Thomas would have been at home. Oh, here we go. Patient address. Okay. Flyers on the ground? Okay, I will give those a second check. And then we have Oak Way, LN, Los Angeles, PA, and I'm running out of room. 90017. Okay. Date of service 9/6. So they were asking about the 6th, right? Yeah, 6th of September. So Hazel was at the hospital. I'm like writing all this down. Her name, street. Again in. Oh, Ellen is Lane. Next 540. Okay. So her brother was with her. He's the one who went to go get help. So if we go here, so Hazel, just give us a whole bunch of numbers, won't it? The hospital's not even an option. 2 p.m. Oh my goodness. Where was the piece of paper talking about? Oh no. Where was the piece of paper talking about? Okay, here we go. Okay, 1:58 p.m. Okay, they hadn't made it to the hospital yet. They were at the toy store. Let's get this written down. 2839. That was a bit of a cheeky hint they gave us there. By just like not letting it be an option. It's like when they give you multiple choice. Garner's Ferry Road. Again in Los Angeles, California. 90017. Terry's Toy Box. Okay. So that's where they were. And her brother was with her. Okay. 2839. Oh my goodness. I was like, that better be an option. Garner's Ferry Road. Los Angeles, California. So I do want to check before I put in Jeffrey Macy. Okay, so Jeffrey Macy was there. Okay. Okay, because those two were together. Who took them there? Where's her journal? Oh, 9/8/1989. So she was met with a caseworker after her trip to the hospital. Okay. So that was why she met with the caseworker. I just want to double check the situation. Okay, I think what she means by something that would cause the family to change forever was probably her daughter going to the hospital. I think that's what they're trying to be like. They're trying to get to. None of those numbers match up with anything I have written down. Left a threatening voicemail. We still don't know who left that voicemail. Oh, there's stuff in here. So we do know that Catherine was at the Wilsons and that Thomas should have been home. There's money in here. Hey, Catherine, 700. Oh, so Josh Wood's child support. Oh, we figured out who the dad was. Josh Woods, that's the dad. Okay. I knew Thomas wasn't the dad. Okay, so $700 in child support. Cash on next day off. Payment for 9/6 to 9/12. Rick Wilson. So, oh, Wilson, okay, that's where she was at. Okay, we have the Wilson's address. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And we definitely have confirmation she was there on the 6th because that is when she got paid for. 4572 Charter Street, Santa Clarita? California. 900. Ooh, I'm getting that big brain thinking going on. Now we know where she was at. So Catherine, looking for 4572. The street was Charter. Santa Clarita, California. Okay. So now we just need to know where Thomas was. Thomas did not take them to get the doll. I know he didn't take them to get the doll. Because I'm pretty certain I saw something somewhere that said it was like Gina took him to get the doll. None of those have the home address on them. Case number. Alright, where is the home address? We could get Josh's address. Oh, here we go. Cardholder address. 535 Cakeway. Cakeway Lane. Okay. Oh. Never mind. I already had the home address. Why was I trying to find the home address? 535. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. (9/7) at 8:22 a.m. Cash out voucher. 9/6. He was at the casino. Sorry, I'm like hitting my mouse trying to write my notes. He was in Nevada, and they don't really want the. Okay. So that was 480.30. Sunrise. Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay. Here are our answers so far. Catherine was at the Wilsons. Thomas was at the casino. Hazel and Nicholas were together at the toy shop. I do think the insurance will cover the hospital bill. And I think Thomas picked up the kids. That one I'm a little bit iffy on. Where is her diary? Does she have an 18th entry? No, she stops at the 17th. Oh, 17, 18. So it still says Pagina. But Thomas should have come back. So I think I want to leave it at the Thomas. So my understanding of what has been going on is that Thomas has a gambling addiction. And that is why they're struggling with money, because we found 2 receipts for large amounts of ATM withdrawals. So that would be the only explanation why a trucker was not able to provide for the family. Yeah. And that these 2 aren't his kids. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's see. Yes, for sure. Please, I tried so hard. Dang it. 1 out of 3 answered correctly.
Which case file would you like to see?
Ah. Which one? Oh, which one? Oh, which one? Okay, Yeah, so this cash out voucher is for 13:32:14. So 13:32, that's 1:32 in the afternoon. So that's 2 p.m. So yeah, he was at the casino. So I definitely think the question I had right was their locations. That is what I think. Is that I think their locations were right, which means would insurance cover the bill? I could say no. I could change my answer. Okay, data service was 9/7/98. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. And this expired September 30. I mean, realistically, it should cover. Okay, yeah, it says here dependents of insured may receive all benefits attributed to the insured. However, they must be legally recognized to receive the full policy coverage. Dependents that are not married to or legal family can only receive general practitioner coverage. So, yeah, I think you're right, Luma, that because they're not his kids and they're not getting married till the next year of 1999, that no, they won't receive coverage. So that's going to be a no. And who picked up the kids? Did I kill someone without you, Loka? Never, never. This is a buddy project. We got to kill together. Nobody's dead, but a girl did go to hospital. Who picked up the kids? Well, if we don't say it was Thomas, who are the options? Because there was two people that were mentioned. Gina? Who was the other person other than Gina? Hannah was the caseworker. Would it have been Hannah? Did Hannah come and get the kids?
That's it. Now I will be taking things into my own hands.
Threatening. So the 18th was when we got that threatening message at 2 p.m. It was definitely a woman who said it. So we've got a few women to pick from. What if she took her own kids? What if it was Catherine? And what is your theory, Loka? But why would Catherine feel the need to take her own kids and run? And you can't really have a caseworker leave threatening messages. Like, I can make a note. A woman took the kids. Options are Hannah, the caseworker, Catherine, the the mother. Well, there's Gina. Gina, the angry worker who wasn't getting paid. What if it was Gina? Yeah, Luma. Luma, I think we're okay. We're gonna go with Gina. Oh, 2 out of 3 right. Darn it. Ronald McDonald took him to make hamburgers. He was running out of meat. So the father of the kids is not the man of the house. It's, so, what is his name? Thomas. The man of the house is a truck driver, but he's never home because he's a long haul trucker. But the father of the kids is a different man. Okay. You know what? Let's try Hannah. let's try Hannah. It was Hannah. It was the caseworker. Okay. It was the caseworker. Why she would leave... So maybe the threatening message was completely unrelated. It still could have been Gina that left the message, being like, I need my money. Or it could have been Hannah being like, you know what? I'm coming for the kids. But... Yeah. But I guess really the caseworker coming to get the kids on the 18th does make the most sense. Because that would lead to... Because that is a life-changing event. Oh, so you may not have been here for it, Loka. So the kids were not in a good situation. Between Thomas's gambling addiction, so he was not bringing money home. He was gambling it all away. Catherine was working 2 jobs just to provide for the household, but she still wasn't making ends meet. And so she was working all the time. Well, because she was working all the time and still not having enough money, she was only leaving $12 per day for the kids to get food with. And that $12 was having to be split between the kids. Well, Hazel decided that she wanted to buy a doll instead of buying food. And so on the 6th, she went to go buy a doll and she ended up passing out on the street. So then she went to hospital from that. And then a couple days after Hazel went to the hospital, the caseworker showed up at her school. And I guess, yeah, she decided to take the kids. Whew, that was fun. That was definitely a mental workout. But we did it. Also, that was their 1-star difficulty. That was their 1-star difficulty, guys. Okay. You know, the brain is a muscle. You want the 2 stars, Loka? Oh my god. If a social worker comes to pick up the child, they have to be notified, right? Potentially. I'm not sure how it would work, especially not in California. I do know that when a social worker does come to get a kid, they come and get the kid. I don't know what they have to do leading up to it. Alright, but for you, Loka, we'll do it too. Loading Bloodbath. Ooh. It's thinking. Situation. A typically noisy detective's office became chillingly silent. The officers had not returned any calls, and there was no response on comms. Can you figure out what happened to the Colors detective office? Oh. Loka! Nice. Oh, mouse is doing the thing again. Okay. Ooh, there's something on the floor. It is a piece of wood. Keep an open mind. Mouse, please stop doing the thing to me. Mouse, please stop. What is this? Voided contraband to Kyle Cropper. Due to current state and county policies, we're sorry to inform you that the package was not permitted to be sent out from any local office. Oh. Yeah, my siblings never came and took any of us out of school, but at lunchtime, as soon as I could drive, I'd go get coffee. So I would check myself out of the school. Wanted for homicide kidnapping. Oh, I guess we'll start by looking at the questions. What is in the package by the exit? Was the gun the killer using standard issue? Who died in the office doorway? Who was the dirty cop? How many people were murdered? Was Harry Baker in a reasonable state of mind, yes or no? Which prisoner was in interrogation room 1? So, I was already looking at this earlier. So we know that it's voided contraband, and that it wasn't allowed to be mailed. So there's gotta be paperwork for that somewhere. Town dinner celebration. Today's morning and noon shift. Also a lot of names. Who drew on the floor near spilled tomatoes? It's right. I guess that's one way to cover up a stain. Oh goodness. They really made a mess with that tomato sauce, didn't they? So we have someone in interrogation room 1 as part of the questions. And they were gunned down as well. They had their cuffs taken off and they had coffee. So who was in interrogation room 1? Give me something clickable. Well, they've even got it upside down. None of this is clickable. Evidence is sufficient. And then it cuts off. Out of order. Well then. Okay, but like, how am I supposed to know who's in room 1 if there's nothing clickable? They were gunned down too. Again, not clickable. Everyone, even the guy who was... Oh, he was gunned down while still attached to the chair. Well then. Alright, well, I guess we'll start by writing down some of the cops' names. So we have... So the police officer names. Nakamura. Bolts. It's gotta be a nickname. It's even spelled with a Z. Oh, their last names. So Bolts to meet with the department head, Baker to come in and finish report, Donuts coming in hot, Jimmy from 2 offices over is supplying today. So Jimmy, I don't know if he's supplying today 2 jobs. Well, we could include Jimmy as a cop. Maybe 2 offices over. Morning announcements, Snyder and Bolts to talk with department head. So Bolts is meeting with the department head twice. Expected call later today to Bolts from HR. Oh my goodness, Bolts, what did you do? He is... He had 2 meetings with the department head and a meeting with HR. Escort of prisoner 1 and 2 to respective interrogation cells. Transfer keys to Snyder. Questioning of prisoners. Switch at 12:45. Lunch break begins. Harry in charge of watching over prisoners. Lunch break over. Baker meeting with department head. Required equipment check over by Bolts. Bolts reconfirm with department head about reacquired equipment. Baker is officially on paid leave. Refer to Snyder for cases. Refer to late noon and evening and night shift for other stuff. You can't read, Volka? Do you want me to read the whole thing for you? Instead of just like perusing over it quickly? Then we have... Oh, guided, not guiding is a quote. Okay, you want me to read the whole thing? Okay, so today is morning and noon shift. At 6:30, Nakamura to unlock our squad racks and equipment room and unlock doors. 7 o'clock, Bolts to meet with department head. 7:30, Baker to come in and finish report before additional meeting. 8 o'clock, Donuts coming in hot. Jimmy from 2 offices over is supplying today. 9:30, morning announcements on PA. 9:40, Snyder and Bolt to talk with department head. 10:20, expected call later today to Bolts from HR. 11:35, escort of prisoners 1 and 2 to respective interrogation cells. Transfer keys to Snyder. 11:45, questioning of prisoners. Switch at 12:45. 13:45, lunch break begins. Harry in charge of watching over prisoners. 14:45, lunch break is over. 14:50, Baker meeting with department head. 1500, required equipment check over by Bolts. 15:15, Bolts reconfirm with department head about reacquired equipment. 15:30, Baker is officially on paid leave. Please refer to Snyder for respective cases. Refer to late noon and evening and night shift for other stuffs. Kidnapper. Did we have a kidnapper? I think we had a dirty cop. We died in the office doorway. Oh, they want to know how many died. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Any other tomato sauce trails? So it looks like 6 died. General Department notice. Keep your issued sidearm on you at all times. Please do not leave it behind for someone else to mess with. You will share the blame. Keep other standard issue equipment in your locker or vehicle. We don't expect you to carry your rifle or shotgun on you 24/7. The fact that I have to say this is disheartening, but given that Jim had neither sidearm or primary on him at the time of the Main Street shootout 2 weeks ago means that self-preservation must be recommended and enforced. Had Harry not been there, we would have lost a good man. Please supply yourself as your job requires. Police Chief T.R. Sheridan. So let's add T.R. Sheridan. Police Chief. So please do not leave it behind for someone else to buy. So Jim did not have. Is that Jimmy from 2 offices down? So he didn't have his firearm with him, and this was 1996. For homicide/kidnapping. What does it say about him? Wanted for homicide and alleged involvement in the kidnapping of an elderly man in Reno, Nevada. On October 3rd, 1995, the suspect was spotted after the disappearance. Okay. Oh, Payne's Creek! This is a reference to their other game. Okay. Wanted for armed robbery and assault. Suspect of 5 break-ins of businesses in Glendale and Chilton between March and July. Okay. Oh, we have a general department notice. We've had a number of recent complaints about drinking occurring throughout the offices. Due to the current influx of these complaints, we will address our stance here. We do not drink during work hours. Drinking is an adequate manner to elevate the stresses felt during this job. We understand this and we will refuse any manner of taking that away from you. However, during work hours, we ask that you remain sober. Drinking inside the office is perfectly okay during lunch hours or time off. If anyone is caught drinking during hours, they will have a strike on their record. If one's work is determined to have taken a dip in productivity and we discover that consumption of alcohol is the cause, a strike will be placed on their record. Do good out there. This guy literally just told the office they can drink on the job. And also, alcohol is not an adequate manner to alleviate stress. It is actually going to make stress worse. Hi. Someone wrote a note. Hi. Oh, Darren is his name. So Nakamura. Darren. Ooh, criminal justice. Peace officer. Ooh, that's a lot of words. That's a lot of words. Okay, we'll come back to that. Smith wonders if Mike still has Christmas CD. 9 hours for photo lab. Don't call. Local school. No record for issues with kids. He keeps saying hello. Package should come soon. Call Janie about order. Florian High School's number. Legal advice for Harry's inspection. See if Judge V... There's so many notes. Can't block him anymore. Call, she can help with money. Wait till Thursday. Jay claims was Macmillan. Oh, that's a lot of notes. That is a lot of notes. We might be at this one for a while. Harry wants yesterday's... Oh, it's answers yesterday. BBQ. Smith. Open today. Meet with Philip. Smith says hello. Harry can be trusted. Call Valentine about Judge's health. So... Okay, so... Smith says hello. So Smith is probably the one who keeps saying hi. And... Harry can be trusted? Okay, Nakamura trusts Harry? Yeah, let's see what everybody else's names are. We have Harry Baker. Michael Mike Snyder. Richard Dickbolt. Oh my gosh. That is like one of the... It's like the only nickname that I will not call people by. I just don't get it. I just literally I can't, like, it's a mental hurdle and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Jimmy is the only person we don't have a full name for, but I'm going to assume Jimmy is Jim as a nickname. It is strange to just write down that he can be trusted. And who is it that keeps saying hi? Smith says hello. Smith keeps saying hi. Little quotes around that. To... we're just gonna call him by Nakamura. Just because that seems to be the most commonly used name. There's a new sheriff in town. Meet the new Beacon Bell Toll .4 Super. Alright. Not too worried about that. Oh, we do have pills here. Thidapine? Oh, late onset schizophrenia. Okay. Oh, well maybe if he has schizophrenia and he says that he keeps saying hello, maybe he's talking about the schizophrenia. And then we have Tylenol, so painkillers. Okay. Schizophrenia pills and painkillers. 9 and 5 right now. Meet with Susan at 6ish. Rich will be there to intro proper. 9:26. Call state to request files for case 12218. They're open between. Oh, I see 9 and 6. Okay. Get warrant for market on 4th Street. Where was the message that's Harry can be trusted? Where was the note that was like, can't block him anymore? So I wonder if a bunch of these are in reference to the schizophrenia. And he was clearly having money troubles, that she can help with money. Kohler Weekly, breaking Easter mourns sacred silence. A shootout occurred after inmate escapes prison. Ask Ruby about mom. Okay, so Ruby. New coffee filters. Those are important. Coffee is very important. Oh, we have another get refill. So, oh, I think he took the Tylenol out of the, okay, he took the Tylenol out of the first aid kit. Bullet size too large for Jay's issue. Average drowning time. Summons for next month. That guy has a lot of notes. There's a lot of notes in there. Oh my goodness. Inspection procedure change sounds like a no. Okay, we're going into Baker's office. He's in the clear. Account to tip. $500 was .58 revolver. Prize for winning. Oh, the gun is missing. Oh, the guns are missing. Dune sweeper. So 2 guns are missing. Bartholomew Baker. Lots of guns are missing. 50 AE. Get more floppies. Judge R has given clear. Judge R has given clear. Oh, put down twice. Okay, so earlier there was a note that said something like 50 was too big. Bullet size too large for Jay's issue. Interesting. Floppy 1 through 8 of Jay's case has to be submitted formally. Get audio of admission warrant if needed. Only direct evidence sub for now. So it kind of sounds like whoever was there interrogating was Jay. August 12th. I tried to send the package now from 3 different places, but they keep voiding the stuff. I even tried to pay the guy to look the other way, cannot send it. We rounded up a few of the downtown kids tonight. They're taking pop shots with their BB guns. Baron told me to cool down again. They shot out of my rearview mirror. Oh, they shot out my rearview mirror. August 14th. Still can't send the package out. At this point, Kyle will never get it. I hope you can understand. I've tried real hard this time to get things in order. I had to shoot a guy tonight. I'm going to the bar. Maybe I'll just roll about downtown and stare at the lights. So okay, hold on. Baker. This is Baker, right? Is he the guy who had to keep talking with HR? No, Bolts was the one who had to keep talking with HR. This guy, he's been shooting people, and he's the one who's trying to mail out that package by the front door. Mom's number? Mom's name is Jasmine? Oh, the mother of the... Okay. Ask N if you can take call. Plane leaves. Get plane ticket. Call her back next week. School says call back tomorrow. School says no records. Miss Jose still won't talk. Send flowers. Mom isn't talking. So I'm guessing that's the mom of the teen he shot. Girl was murdered here, but his body found... Drint? Was found in Drint. There's just like so much information here. What is in the package? I'm going to assume a gun. It's gun shaped. Bartholomew Baker, Lieutenant in the United States Union Cavalry. I mean, it's gun shaped. The box is gun shaped, but I have no idea what the gun is. Just tell me what the gun is. Like, literally, all of the other guns have their names. I think. Yeah, that's a Dune Sweeper. It's a 500 W and S. But this one. Not this one. Not this one. Oh my goodness. Okay, but we do know that Baker... Okay, but we do know it was a gun, so maybe just a gun. I don't know if it'll specifically say rifle, but we'll just say a gun. Was the killer using standard issue? I'm guessing that means, are they asking, was it a cop who killed a cop? Who died in the doorway? Who was the dirty cop? Well, considering nobody died in here... Oh, what's this? New medication today. Not like the old stuff I was using. It's got a bit more of a kick to it. I know, my doctor told me to likely avoid this if I'm on anything else, but he said it was a great alternative if I start to notice a dip in the other medicine. 1 day later. It seems to be doing fine. I don't notice any difference just yet, but it gets the job done. My headache is still there though. The next day. Well, I don't feel so weird anymore. I think it's good. The next day. So far, so good. The headaches are just dull. And the very next day. I think it's just another fine day. The whispering stopped. And the next day. Thumbs up for this stuff. The 7th. It's only been a week, but I can say that this got the job done just fine. My headaches are still there, but they hardly compare with the normal ones. 8th. My trial amount ran out today. Bought some pain reliever to help the layover until I can get another bottle in 2 days. I don't know why they always have to drip feed the amount. 9th, he wrote nothing. The 10th. I almost collapsed when I finally got the stuff yesterday. It's a fast actor, however. Came in a little late though, so I could get worse stuff to quiet down. 11th. And now it's completely normal again. 12th. I'm stretching a little to make sure I can pay for this next time, because it works 100%. It is hampering my other expenses, however. 13th, didn't write anything. 14th, almost had an issue. Didn't take one as an experiment yesterday. I think even by the end of the day, Baker was a little concerned. 15th, feels good, no issues to report. So that's why he was having issues with money. That's why he needed money. It was because these pills were expensive. You know, I think that the prior medicine was just putting me off. You could tell me green men had taken over the government and I would have bought it. 17, all good. 18. So at 17 and 18, he stopped writing the year. 18, had to buy another bottle in the morning. Completely out of money though. I'm going to have to start a second job or something to help pay for my issues. 19, thumbs up again. 20, I can't find the medicine. I left it in my car, now it's gone. 21, I've been doing fine for the most part. I need to find it again, at least before my issues crop up again. My headaches have already returned. I just don't want to hear the voices. And that was the 21st. So our good friend here, Nakamura, could have had a bit of a meltdown. We're going to go to the office of Bolts. What do you got for us, Bolts? Nevada plates? What did you complete? Citizens Police Academy. Behind the badge. Photo of Richard Bolts at the rewards ceremony. Ooh, he had to give a speech. Laws and regulations. Oh, we had highlighted alcoholism. Alcoholism, an addiction to the consumption of alcoholic liquor or the mental illness and compulsive behavior resulting from alcohol dependency. So, the thing with alcohol and the schizophrenia pills that Nakamura was taking, those are not something you're supposed to mix. And there's actually a tab here, but it doesn't let us go to the tab. Okay. Wilder. Ammunition copperhead. 9mm. And it's empty, so the 9mm are gone. Oh, there is a lot more in there. Okay. But 9mm bullets are missing. Ooh, a planner. Check over file reports about case. Gun range. Meet with new witness for case 2. Report about meeting yesterday. More notes. Write recommendations for Mendoza. Faulkner needs report. Morning road incident look up. Call Mary from SCPD. Fax Chief weekly breakdown. Fax Judge K with paperwork. Judge B secretary still hasn't faxed. Might want oval tree. Average gunfight too short for Sun City running killer cases. Oh, there's another page. Oh, there's so much reading. Consider maybe 2 people this time. Wrong about the call. The bond amount was right. Kids shattered Harry's rear view. Get another replacement. We need to give school tour next week. Tell Mike and Nakamura to clean cubicle. Second VHS found by Marty. Retrieve. Mike needs evidence write-up soon. 1 hour, 37-minute video recommend check over with SCLL. Mortimer hit last week, could be related to Teen Biker Gang. Stocks for BLRQ rose 2% again, and that's actually underscored. Ask Arthur about investing in TPK or RMN. Todd's father was home during murder. So Todd could be one of the teenagers. I guess I'll put prisoner, question mark. Secretary says not able to meet. Do a background check on Harry. Okay, Harry could be the other one. No, Harry was a police officer. Susan needs more business cards. Judge K wakes up at 9, don't disturb. Little drawing of a doggo. Chief wants Desert Motel write-up tomorrow. Get Harry's report on gas station theft. Stephen Gold call tells Susan after interrogation. Stephen Gold needs 25k. What? 25k? Janitor said that one of the clocks is an hour behind. Make sure to buy a new one. Maybe batteries are low. Ask Harry if he needs more time to see if he can fix my gun. Okay. That is a lot of money. I wish I had that much money. Okay, so we have Harry has and is fixing. Whose office are we in? Bolsa's gun. Okay. So that was a lot of important information there. Oh, Richard J. Bolts. So that's his business card. That's clean. Rubik's Cube. Okay, so we have empty 9mm bullet in okay, so we have an empty 9mm bullet box. Anything on the ground? Anything down low? Oops. Those are for contacts. Thing down here. My screen just froze. I can see OBS is still working, but I don't know about the rest of my stuff. The game is froze for me, so we'll just give it a minute here. But while it's thinking, so far, oh, there we go. So while we're sitting here, so far we've got a few names of people. We know that Nakamura has schizophrenia, that their medications had gone missing, and so that they were off the meds. There was drinking in the office. So write that down. There was heavy drinking. Nakamura trusts Harry. I have a feeling Bolts may have been higher up on the ranking ladder. And we still don't know who the prisoners are. I want to say the gun was standard issue just because the bullets are missing, but we'll figure that out later. Who died in the doorway? Who was the dirty cop? Was Harry Baker in a reasonable state of mind, yes or no? Which prisoner was interrogation room 1? So Harry Baker was the one trying to mail off the gun. Oh, that's a lot of words. Oh, that's a lot of words. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna need a sip of water before this one. In all fairness, I don't know how to solve those things either. I can certainly mess them up, though. Okay. September 12th. Nakamura bugged me today after lunch about if Susan could offer a smaller type deal, but I told him that she wouldn't. He wants petty change, enough to buy fountain drinks and ramen probably. Susan already expressed that she wasn't interested unless he had enough to pay off his already late rental charges and then some. I told him just to harass Mike for some change, if it's just for snacks and stuff like that. I mean, he's always got cash just lying around. I know Mike not help given his dislike for the guy, but it'd be worth a try. Nakamura just turned and left. Seems like that put him into one of his moods. A smaller type deal? I don't understand what that means. Smaller type. But basically, Nakamura was asking for money, which we know why he was asking for money. Because his schizophrenia medication was super, super expensive. And so it sounds like he was just struggling to eat. So it was buy the meds and don't get groceries, or get groceries and not get meds. But we do know that Mike is... Mike is Snyder. We do know that Mike Snyder did not like Nakamura. Okay. It's been a long day. There's just been so much going on in our current case. Both Mike and I hit the mother lode. This is the holy witness we've been waiting for. She's going to break the entire case against Carl Tristan. From her notes, we can read that the 11 kilograms of DDP-39 that the company was transporting was switched out at the last second for another trucker. Tristan didn't mishandle the insider stuff. He was either set up or very unfortunate victim of pure coincidence. Whatever it is, this is enough evidence for us to pull this out of the fridge and grab any warrants we'll need. Okay, so we know it was a female witness. And then we have break the entire case against Carl Tristan. So we do have a name. Carl Tristan, who is a trucker. Gosh, this game has a thing against truckers. It's like, what did we do? So I guess he was supposed to transport DDP-39, but then it got switched out. So I don't know. Victim? Question mark? Okay. September 16th. I just need Baker to not kneel over and die. I found him on the corner of Swiss and Western this morning. He was a complete wreck. Dragged him here in the car. He's a liability right now. That evidence for his case a few weeks back went missing. I'm 90% sure he just partied all night with the final portion of it. Nakamura may be the largest hiring blunder we had in the last decade. If Harry doesn't shape up and stop running afoul, then even Nakamura may seem like a decent partner. And if this goes on just a little bit more, we'll have to really confront him. Note, have the back seat washed before the party next week. So, okay, so we have Baker, Harry Baker, drinking, shot 2 people. Okay, so yeah, he keeps drinking because he keeps shooting people. The poor guy. And it looks like the evidence for his case went missing. So yeah, he spent the money from their case. Okay, and he doesn't like Nakamura. September 18th. I'd rather that Nakamura and Mike not constantly try and get in each other's way. The bickering is constant on most normal days. They are often testy after their individual morning walks. I think they'll likely run into each other and fight. Today is exactly one of those days. They came back in at the same time and were complaining about something that I cared too little to understand. I really did try and ease the tension, but Mike was playing hard ass. Hell, it got to the point that Nakamura got quiet. It set Mike off and he understood to shut up. Baker just watched the entire show. He was waxing his swords. He gets some type of sick pleasure watching all this. I can feel it. If Nakamura is the nutcase, then Baker is the lost cause. Lost the plot, Loka? I too am trying to put this together. So I think the summary right now is basically, for some reason, somebody came in and killed a bunch of police officers. At this moment, they also killed the witnesses. So they were interrogating 2 people. I think one of them was a female, and she was a witness. And we know Nakamura has schizophrenia. We know that Harry Baker was drinking very heavily on the job. And, yeah. That's about it so far. September 20th. I got to meet him today. He looked healthy, seems fine. He's unusually well for someone in his shoes. Rather kind for someone who's had all of their stuff taken from them. The bank literally got rid of all of his possessions. His health is good and he's showing no signs of a relapse from his prior issues. Okay, so we have another name here though. September 24. Baker was yanked from his case this morning. Mike is now in charge of the questioning of Philip Clements tomorrow, so he may join me a little later with Carl. Okay, so we have a new name. Bill. Is that 1 L or 2 L's? That's 2 L's. Philip Clements. Interrogated. And then I know we had Carl. No, we had Todd mentioned earlier, so Carl's a new name. Who is Carl? From what I've heard, the man's just going to get some potentially heavy charges, but they're also offering a massive deal if he happens to just babble long enough about his friends on the streets. I don't think Mike is very excited. I think he respected Baker enough that he's peeved at all of this. He never liked Darren since he fudged the big case last year. Those two together will be messy. Baker was passive, a little too passive. He immediately ordered a plane ticket over the phone. Lots of mumbling. He's been acting off since his last shootout. So, Baker. Could Baker have been the dirty cop? so we know Darren is Nakamura. We know that Mike is Snyder. And we know that Baker is Harry. But who is Carl? Oh, Carl Tristan is the trucker. So that's the two people they're interrogating. Is Carl and Philip. Okay. Gasp, Loka. Gasp. Susan Bolt's personal loans. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why he was talking to Richard Boltz, is because his wife is personal loans. Okay. Never ask for details. So at the very beginning, okay, I understand now. That's why he was wanting a smaller deal, because where's the 25k note? The stuff in gold needs 20. Okay, so somebody else, Stefan Gold, wanted 25k from his wife. I don't know if that's related or not. Oh. Guys, we just found drywall paste. Okay, and a screwdriver. Hidden in the potted plant. Okay, drywall powder in vent. That's yours, Loka. I don't know, Loka. Ooh, coffee. Spicy juice. Spicy juice coffees. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, so, okay. I don't even know what to do with that information. I have no idea what to do with that information. Right? Drugs are allowed. Spicy nose powder. Send $300 to repair shop. Buy oval tree. Cleaning a gun, a manual. Make case to chief. Look into Trent Brown. Call person of interest number 3, 9, and 2 for Frank's case. Get Samantha to look at license plates. Another call from a lady in Glendale. Another case from SCPD about 1991 murder. She's masking her voice. She's changed her number twice now. Judge K's new assistant, Rachel. And she's sounding? What does that mean? Summons ready to send. Oh, he's got more screwdrivers here at his desk. Oh, does that mean Snyder was the drugs? Look at how gross these are. Oh my, there's more. There's money, there's cigarettes, there's more screwdrivers. Strict regulations to meet between Jenny and Ben about Judy. Clara needs to call bank teller Martin, rough boys. We'll be doing patrol. Tricide, that's a word. Money stolen from Roger, 9,000. Oh no. Oh, look, that's terrible. Statement from Hoodie Kid. Offices the Moon Church neighbors. Harry stuff and locked up tell Rich. Okay, there is ice skates, pierce bone. Now there is one piece of evidence earlier. So where was that sword? Does anybody else recall seeing the sword? I remember there being a sword. And going like, why is there a sword? Is this where it was? Did my game freak out? Does anyone else recall seeing a sword? I could have sworn I'd seen one and been like, why is there a sword? Okay, I'm gonna reload just because I could have sworn there was a sword and it's not there anymore. But I could have sworn there was a sword. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the previous. Okay, I might be thinking of the previous game. So we have water fern, take walk, gun range, meet with Richard, meet with Tobias, lock doors, lunch with Richard and Jimmy, afternoon walk, lock doors. Yeah, I think I might be thinking of the previous map. Okay. So let's review what I have, what they want from us. What is in the package by the exit? A gun. I know that much. It's definitely a gun. Was the gun standard issue? I'm going to say yes, because there's missing 9mm bullets. Who died in the doorway? Who was the dirty cop? How many people were murdered? I said 6. Oh, alrighty, Loka, you have yourself a good sleep. Appreciate you hanging out. Okay, who was in room number 1? Who was the dirty cop? Who died in the office doorway? Well, if we look at the bullet spread, they either came from in here. Like, I mean, obviously the shooter came from in here. This was the guy that was cleaning the guns. He was in the clear. Oh, cigars. Oh, wait, there's a phone here. Call the mother. Judge K still sick. But what does the question dirty cop even mean? Because as far as I can tell, nobody was actually like selling anyone out. I do have a note here that says maybe Baker was the dirty cop. Who died in the office doorway? But really, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, I think by dirty they must mean the drywall powder. And the drywall powder is most likely Snyder who was doing it. If I can spell Snyder right. And I guess for who was in room number 1, I can guess Philip. It said at any point I could change it to make it so it told me the answers, but it seems I can't change it through here. Not that it'll show me the answers, it'll just tell me which, oh, it was probably right there. Okay, hold on. But it'll tell me which questions I got right and which questions I got wrong. Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh, it's gonna make me feel all of that again. Yes. I didn't fill that one out. I said it was Snyder. 6. No. And then I'm guessing Philip Clements. Alright, let's see how it goes. 2 out of 7. Okay. I did get 2 out of 7. So I got that was correct. It's not a gun. Snyder is the dirty cop. 6 people were not murdered. And it was not Philip Clements in room 1. So here's my notes for Phil. which means the other person could have been Carl Tristan. He could have been in room 1. Was Harry Baker in a reasonable state of mind, yes or no? I put no, so they're gonna, apparently there was yes. Okay. A package by the exit is not a gun. I was right about it being standard issue because of the 9mm being missing. Or at least I'm assuming that's why I was right, but I was right. Who died by the doorway? I didn't even answer that. I'm surprised 6 isn't the answer. But I counted the bodies. Unless it was 5 murdered and 1 suicide. Which prisoner was interrogation room 1? And we already decided it wasn't Philip. Okay.
Which case file in tonight's voting Bloodbath?
Yeah, going for this one because we like the pain, we like the problems. But I do know a few answers now. Okay. So, I don't know if a gun is what messed me up, but we could try a sword because, so we have here Baker, okay, he talks about tried sending the package now from 3 different places, but they keep voiding the stuff. I even tried to pay the guy to look the other way. But then there's no other mention of... I said I found a clue. However, if we go to here, if we read this, Baker just watched the entire show. He was waxing his swords. So they do mention a sword. So we could try, instead of a gun, a sword. And try that way. Switch that one to yes. And we know Philip wasn't in there. So we could try Carl Tristan. Because those are the only 2 names I have for potential people getting interrogated. Because if we go into here, right, whoever was here, the cuffs were off and there was coffee, right? But then if we go into here, this man was shot with the cuffs still on. And I do believe, I guess that makes sense because the person who I had originally put down, Philip, they would have kept that on him. You know, if they let me read this, I'm certain it would tell me who they were interrogating. Can I turn this off? Can I unplug it? No. Yeah, that's my flashlight. Totally forgot about that. Who would have been here? Oh! Hey, I didn't know I could click on that. Okay, so those are the 9mm bullets. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 and 6. I am so confused. How can 6 people have not been murdered? If maybe they weren't killed? Because there's no blood here. Well, I guess in order to know who was in the doorway, we need to know who was interrogating. Water Fern, take morning walk. Meet with Tobias. Water the fern. Okay, who has a fern? Who has a fern? You don't? You don't? You don't? You don't. Nobody here has a fern. Oh. There's a fern right here. I wonder if... Your guess is as good as mine, Luma. I'm not sure. I think it would depend on the bullet, what it hit and what it went through, maybe? Okay, I'm going to assume Water the Fern is going to be this fern, and it's them getting a quick fix. Which means that would have been Snyder. Snyder's briefcase. And he was shot like over here and then walked his way over. And then I'm pretty certain Bolts was doing an interrogation. Sheridan Police Chief. I guess it could have been Baker who was shot, because this is his office. I don't think Baker was doing any interrogations. Alright, let's see how that goes. 5 out of 7, hey! That's an improvement. It was a sword, okay. Who died in the office doorway, so not Baker. Already got the dirty cop right. 5 is not the right answer. And it was Carl Tristan in room number 1. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. If I had like paid more attention to the handcuffs, I probably could have gotten that the first time. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of myself. A couple of those were a given, because, you know, I just had to switch one from yes to no, but I got the sword on my own, and I got Carl Tristan's name on my own. So now we just need who was in the doorway and how many people were murdered. You think 0? It was an accident, no murder occurred. That's an interesting theory. An interesting theory. Definitely can try it. Definitely going to try it. Because yeah, if Nakamura went into a schizophrenic craze, I mean, it still technically would have been murder. Yeah, they definitely would have died. This person could have survived. So it could be 4. But I am liking that 0 theory. It's a shell. 9mm. Yeah, I did not realize originally you could pick up all those bullets. I just figured it was 9mm because of the empty case, but... Oh! There's paperwork here. Okay, supervising detective and badge, Harry Baker. Mr. Grant was questioned lightly due to being second cousins of victim number 3. He's currently not suspected of anything. I wonder if this tells us what room Grant was in. Oh, this is Christine. This is the lady that they were like, she's the key. Then we have Scott. Invalid report. Check with partner for issues. A friend of a friend came forward after sitting on info for 5 years. Oh, jeez. So for this one, it reads, Scott has now been questioned 3 times prior. Each time his testimony is made unlikely due to further witness references. He's the second suspect, not able to arrest him yet, but he's a perfect fit so far. His only out was that his job times checked out back then. Oh, his only out was that his job times checked out. So basically he was at work. We had severe issues when a friend of a friend came forward after sitting on info. The issue is that this man could only have gotten the firearm from Scott just post to Scott's time for the impersonation. Rosa. Okay. I don't think that is important. I don't think this one's important either. But we are seeing Bolts as being the supervisor during these, so maybe it could have been Bolts that was shot. So we have Gabriel Mead. Mr. Mead was only a child during the initial investigation of Case SR. His recollection of events was colored by his perspective of, again, being a child. This interview is done in part due to the subject's current age and regular outreach process for the time it's been since the case was given to this unit. The failure of the recent tip to deliver any tangible evidence is another reason why the witness and people associated are being re-questioned. It is the personal belief of this detective that the testimony will be another dead end, as the testimony of Mr. Mead was just as confusing as a child as it was last time. Okay, so there's just a whole bunch of different cases here. Oh, on the back it reads, I hate Michael Snyder. I hate him so much. I hate him. 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 Oh my goodness. Who filled out that last one? Oh, all of these have a back. Oh. So supervising detective is Bolts. Who wrote the report? Why is he still reporting my files to Harry? He's still going through my reports before turning his in. Why is he always doing this shit to me? He's stealing the case for himself now. What the hell is this? He's doing it again. He's taking over my stuff. I hate Michael Snyder. I hate him. I hate him so much. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. But I'm so confused. Detective Nakamura failed to note certain bits. Okay, so Snyder. So that means Nakamura filled this out. Oh, here we go. Interviewing detectives and badge number, Nakamura. So Nakamura filled this out. He's the one putting the notes on the back. And Snyder was stealing his notes. That still doesn't answer who was here. Who was in the office? Well, the supervisor. What's his name? Was Bolts. Alright, let's try this. Nope, 5 out of 7. So it wasn't 0. And officer is not Bolts. And it didn't equal Baker.
Which case file recognizes loading Bloodbath? Loading repeats.
Yeah, gosh, I don't know how to figure out who was actively in here interrogating. Because that's kind of the issue here. It's like who was actively interrogating and who was sitting on the outside observing. Because there was definitely one person was here observing. Interrogation room 2. And then we had 2 cops, 1 in each room, as well as the 2 witnesses, 1 in each room. As we go 1, 2, 3, I think I'm going to try 4 as the number of people murdered, because if they just murdered the cops and not the witnesses. And then who died in the doorway? Okay, let's check something out here. I think this guy had... the shirt on the chair. Yeah, that could be because Baker booked a flight. So if he was planning on leaving, so if this was Baker, okay, Baker on chair. Hawaiian shirt. I think he had notes somewhere as to who was interrogating who. Report about meeting yesterday and meet today. Meet with new witnesses for case 2. So I think it's safe to say that Bolts, I mean, obviously we know Bolts wasn't 1. Bolts. Bolts was interrogating. Okay, let me check something here real quick. So Nakamura and Mike, those are the 2 that really hate each other. So Snyder and Nakamura are the ones that really hate each other. And since they were, I think, working on the case together, Baker was yanked from his case this morning. Mike is now in charge of the questioning of Philip. And we know that Philip was in room 2. Okay, so Mike, what's his last name? Snyder? Okay, so if Mike Snyder was interrogating, Bolts was interrogating, Baker was yanked from the case. But we know that Baker wasn't killed. Maybe Baker was the murderer? No. No, he was on the chair because of the Hawaiian shirt. So that leaves Nakamura, Jimmy, and Harry. Also the police chief. Do we know who Harry is? Oh, Harry Baker. Cross that off my notes so I stop confusing myself. So it could either be the police chief or it could be Jim or Jimmy. And if we, okay, so if we assume that Nakamura was the killer, I think Jim was, he was just dropping off the donuts, so maybe it had to have been the police chief. T.R. Sheridan. Alright, let's try that. Alright, 6 out of 7. Yay! Oh, it was 4 people were killed, so the people who were getting interrogated did not die. Who died in the office doorway? Okay. It wasn't... Here is my final theory. I think, what if it was Nakamura who died? Because... What if, hear me out. Let's load in here real quick so I can share my theory. Okay, so what if this was Nakamura? He had come in here, guns a-blazing, shot everyone who was in here. Okay, shot everyone who was in here. That's why it's kind of like, you know, 1 person killed, 2 person killed, 3 person killed, and 4th person killed, right? So there's the 4 people. But then this person wasn't killed because this was Nakamura getting shot by another cop for shooting a cop. Right? Okay. Making sure it's Nakamura spelled correctly. Oh, please let it be Nakamura. Oh my goodness, it wasn't Nakamura. Okay. Not me, it wasn't Nakamura, it wasn't... How do you spell that guy's name? Sherrod? It wasn't Sheridan. I mean, I did put his initials first, so maybe it didn't like the initials. But I find it hard to believe that they would not want the initials in it. Because they had to have known we would have put the initials in it. So if it wasn't Bolts, Baker, Nakamura, or Sheridan, that leaves Snyder and Jimmy. Okay, do we see donuts anywhere? Okay, there's donuts. So Jimmy brought the donuts. Only accepts first name, last name. Well, it took Snyder. It took just his last name. But let's try Snyder as who died. And if it's not Snyder, the only other option is Jimmy. No! Please don't let it be Jimmy!
Which case file would you like to tackle? Loading Bloodbath.
Not Jimmy who brought the donuts! I swear though, if it's Sheridan and it just didn't want the initials. Nope, didn't take Jimmy. And I don't think I have Jimmy's last name. And if they gave it to me at some point, I have no idea. Alright, I'm gonna try Sheridan again, but this time I'm gonna leave out his initials. Because really, the chief of police does make sense. Although, okay, totally off topic, but I found a note in here that made me sad. I'm supplying Office Donuts today! Use the $20 found yesterday. Like, I don't know why, but that just like pulls at my heartstrings. Like, knowing that Nakamura was suffering from schizophrenia, knowing that he was struggling just to afford his medication so he could do his job. And he was so excited to supply these donuts with the $20 that he found. And it's just like, oh my goodness. Oh, the poor baby. Okay. I'm gonna write down Sheridan so I spell it right. You know, it would really be helpful, everybody's driver's licenses along with pictures of the people who were killed. Because in a proper investigation, there would be pictures of the bodies and I could match them up with their licenses. Alright, let's try Sheridan but without the initials. Nope, still incorrect. Who died in... Okay.
Which case file would you like to loading Bloodbath? Loading.
So it wasn't Bolts, wasn't Baker, wasn't Nakamura, wasn't Sheridan, wasn't Snyder, wasn't Jimmy. So we tried Bolts, we tried Baker, we've tried everyone that I have a name for. Maybe it was one of the suspects who escaped. Well, I think you might be onto something, Luma. Because I guess it makes sense, because if we were to close the door, which it won't let us now, but there is a bullet hole in the door coming out this way. So I just kind of assumed the person was like walking out and then got shot in the face. But if they were trying to run away and got shot in the back, because yeah, I've gone through all of the police officers' names. And there's glass on the outside. So glass on the outside would imply that bullets, I mean, there's also glass on the inside. So maybe return fire? Because somebody shot in and killed this person. Actually, because there's a bullet hole here. So they shot through the doorway and hit the wall. They shot through the doorway. So if we were to kind of recreate this, somebody came in from out there, came in through the door, shot into here, hit this wall. There's more shells over here because we can see 1, 2. So boom, boom. This is probably the bullet that hit here. This is the bullet that most likely hit the cop. There's a shell. If there's a shell here, then that means this cop returned fire. Which would be this bullet hole where this glass came from. So this cop probably returned fire and shot whoever this was. This person was still in their cuffs. But then that doesn't explain this glass. Oh, there is a bullet here. And there's bullets here. So yeah, they were definitely returning fire. So this had to have been the murderer. So maybe whoever this was? Yeah, you know what, Luma? I think you're right. Because if this person, right? If this is the person who killed everyone, right? And this is interrogation room 1. So Carl Tristan. So if Carl Tristan was let out, given a gun, because there's missing guns and 9mm bullets missing. He gets out, he shoots this first cop, right? First cop dead. Opens the door, gets on his way out. That doesn't make any sense either. Why would there be a drag mark this way? Unless they were working on it together. Maybe Snyder was working with Carl. So Carl came from this way, Snyder came from that way. Snyder shot Baker. Return fire. Snyder got away, but then Carl ended up dead. We could try that. Wait, let's try that. Oh. Oh, it wasn't Carl. Right? Yeah, I saw that the glass wasn't broken there, so he was definitely shot from the inside. Because yeah, somebody gave them a gun. Oh, there's a bloody bullet here. That's probably the bullet that shot Baker. Ended up there. And then he kind of crawled his way over. Oh, there's another bullet in the clock. That one went high. Yeah, Carl Tristan, he's the one in number 1. Who was the prisoner in interrogation room 1? Carl Tristan. Yeah, so he definitely killed a cop. But then what's he doing on the ground? Because then, like, why is there... Because this person who is being interrogated is definitely... Like, why would they put a body mark on the ground unless somebody was found there? Alive or dead? I mean, there is one person left. Philip. Nope, it wasn't Philip.
Which is not tonight. Loading Bloodbath. Loading Bloodbath.
Maybe one of the judge or witnesses. Oh, you know what? There was that one lady. I was talking about Susan. Both Mike and I hit the mother load. She's gonna break the entire case. What was her name? Do we remember the name of the lady who, was gonna break open the case? Oh, why didn't I write that down? Oh no. all I have in my notes is female witness. Oh no, all I have is female witness. Oh dear. That's not good. Meet with the new witness for case 2. So there's nothing there. Judge K, Judge V. It's Shattered Harry's rear view. Film like a knocker nerd cubicles. Rod's father. Susan needs more business cards. Poor Stephen Gould tells Susan. Where did we see her name? Oh, it was here somewhere. She's asking for me to look into paint. Oh, that's a reference to their first game. X for Roger, Clara. I think these guys are talking about the other game. Okay, I don't think those are useful. Red pins. Clara's B-Day next month, don't forget. Jonathan wants doctor's outfit. Penny wants chef outfit. Rose wants to be chunky brat. So he's got a family. Get Richard to make coffee for guests. Job sheets. Ice skates. Can they feasibly piece bone? Oh no. Why didn't I write down her name? They're watching. Okay, we already read through that. That didn't have her name. Oh, there's more here. Order a new belt. Buy a new VHS player. Doc says ×2. Fridge empty. Smith get gift for wedding. The mom isn't talking. Okay, mom's name is Jasmine. I'm going to try Jasmine. We're gonna see what happens there, because if she was here to watch the interrogation, nope, not Jasmine. I'm like this close to looking it up. I may just look it up. Okay, get this bigger. We're going to look up case, or no, it's scene investigators. Bloodbath answers. Okay, 4th floor, dinner party, celebration, bloodbath. What? I tried that. I feel cheated. I feel cheated. It was Baker. It was Baker. Yeah, because my original thought was Baker was in his office and he got shot or was like returning to it or something. But yeah, it was Baker. So, no, it still says wrong. What? But the interwebs. The interwebs said. Okay. On the cheat sheet, it technically says Harry Baker. It has his full name. So maybe it's that thing you were saying earlier, Luma, where they wanted the full name. Even though accepted Snyder as the dirty cop. Whose death do you think is the most tragic? Probably Baker's? Because I don't think Nakamura died. Bonus question ungraded. Okay, so that was the issue, is it was Baker, but they wanted Harry in front of it. So, which literally, that was like my second thing that I had done. He was the second one that I had put in, because I did Bolts first. Or no, I think I actually did Baker first. Because I remember I wrote Baker down from memory, not because it was actually like... But yeah, I think I did Baker first. So that's kind of annoying that they wanted Harry Baker, but they accepted Snyder as a different answer. So that was kind of weird. That they would allow the last name for one answer, but then require the full name for a different answer. So either they didn't code in all of the answers properly, or something. Okay, but that was Bloodbath. That was complicated. Oh, there's a case file report. So this is probably like the full explanation of what had happened. On the afternoon of September 25th, around 12:30 p.m., Darren Nakamura and Michael Snyder were interrogating Philip Clements in Interrogation Room 2. Harry Baker was in his office, cleaning Richard Bolt's broken pistol, having been relieved of active duty. Oh, having just been relieved of active duty. So... That's right, because Harry Baker was getting on a plane. He was going on vacation. Richard Boltz was sitting down with Carl Tristan in interrogation room number 1, waiting for the other interrogation to end. Darren had not received his required dose of medicine to deal with his oncoming schizophrenia. As he sat with Michael Snyder, a man who he already deeply hated, he heard enough jokes that at what he personally believed were at his expense. He snapped and began shooting his colleague before standing and shooting the suspect in interrogation room 2. In a rage, he then stormed out, blockading the observation room. Okay, so I was right about there being bullets coming out of interrogation room 2. So I did see that correctly. So he shot, so Snyder must have been the one sitting in the Hawaiian chair. I'd have to... No, were there 2 chairs in interrogation room 2? I'm gonna have to go back and check how many chairs were in interrogation room 2. Harry Baker heard the gunshots at 12:34 p.m. and began to scramble to find a usable weapon in his office cubicle. Remembering that Richard Boltz was nearby, Nakamura began to walk towards the other interrogation room. As Nakamura approached the other interrogation room, Harry Baker finished loading his revolver in his cubicle. Harry Baker cracked the door to the observation room open and took a few shots at Nakamura. At this point, the clock was hit by a stray bullet, making it display its final time of 12:35. Nakamura quickly returned fire and shot numerous times back at his partner. Both Nakamura and Harry were hit, with Nakamura getting lucky and shooting Harry in a vital spot. Harry Baker slumped in the office doorway and proceeded to bleed out, dying at 12:40 p.m. Nakamura limped over to a nearby desk and pulled out the bullet that Harry shot him with. Oh, so that was the bloody bullet. Nakamura then saw Richard still in interrogation room 1 with Carl Tristan. the suspect that had been falsely imprisoned years ago. It had been 10 minutes since Nakamura had begun his rampage, but he was not about to calm down just yet. Remembering that Richard never truly helped him with money, and in a blind fury, Nakamura stumbled to the door. Richard attempted to charge him, but he was shot in the head. After Richard fell down dead, Nakamura stumbled and collapsed against a nearby wall, sitting below a clock that Carrie had accidentally shot during the crossfire. Carl Tristan, old and with a weak heart, began to have a heart attack and toppled to the ground, dying around 12:55 p.m. Overlooking the carnage that he had created and hearing the dying breaths of Carl Tristan, Nakamura began to calm down. Surrounded by dead colleagues and former friends, he decided to take his own life before he bled out. It's estimated that he sat against the wall for 15 minutes before taking his own life. Okay. So... let's go back. Let's go walk through and see this for ourselves. Okay, yep, 2 chairs. 2 chairs. Okay. So, Snyder and Nakamura, who hated each other. That means Nakamura was in this chair. That's why there was a bullet casing here. Okay, I remember being like, oh, there's a bullet casing here. So Nakamura was sat here, shot Snyder, dead. Shot the person they were interrogating. Came out this way. He sat in this chair. He's the one who sat here, Nakamura, and pulled the bullet out. Because Baker at that point had come through, had heard the shooting, came out, shot Nakamura. Nakamura killed him in the return fire. That's why there's a hole in the door, because he was hiding behind the door. Nakamura sat down, pulled the bullet out. Interesting. Pulled the bullet out, came over here, shot the police officer who, yeah, we saw that where he was talking about needing money, and then died. So I was right, this guy didn't actually die. He was found lying down. And yeah, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 people murdered because Nakamura committed suicide. That's rough. That is rough. Oh my goodness, that was really difficult to get to that point, to get to that of what was happening. Because really, like, the important details, like, it technically wasn't important that Snyder was a dirty cop. That didn't really matter. It was all about Nakamura and his schizophrenia and the hatred that those two shared. It was literally all personal. That's intense. Alright, I think I got one more in me. Been at this for 4 hours. I think I got one more in me. Oh, is it gonna put us right back in that case? I think it's gonna put us right back in it. Okay. Oh my goodness. I am going back to an easier one. Back to an easier one. Alrighty, Luna, you have yourself a good night. And I appreciate your help, and thank you for coming to hang out. Scenario 2. This is the 1 star. This is gonna be an easier one. I definitely need an easier one. My brain is fried. Oh, that's why my phone turned off. So I'm trying to force an update. Stephanie's a minor. What the hell? I hate it when content creators do this kind of shit. It's like, why? Why? Oh, I need to click the other button to not have to do this mission. The only problem is in order to do the third mission past this one, I have to do this mission. Why? Why does this need to be a thing? Why would that need to be a thing? Okay. And unfortunately, I've played for 4 hours, so I can't even go, like, return it. But, okay, I think I will go ahead and end the stream here for now. Unfortunately, it has to be left on, so, you know, that was so gross. I can't with those kinds of cases. Like, okay, TV shows, books, games, anything that thinks it's appropriate to have content surrounding child abuse, it's like, look, yes, this does happen. Unfortunately, those things happen, and I want nothing more than those things to not happen. My issue here is when you guys put that sort of stuff into entertainment, you are turning child abuse into entertainment. That is not okay. I do not find it entertaining. I do not want to spend my time having that kind of content be entertainment, because that is what a game is. I am not solving a real case. I am not helping someone. This is not my job. And so literally there are entire TV shows I will not watch just because they contain that kind of abuse. Because it's not entertainment. It's not fun to watch. It's not good to watch. And you can be like, oh, well, it's just the reality. No, it doesn't matter. Reality or not, it doesn't matter. Rant aside. The rest of the game has been enjoyable so far. I'll definitely come back and do the 4th floor. And I might... Actually, I think what I will do is, in order to avoid having to do that case that I didn't like, I will go find the answers online. I will just plug in the answers and completely skip that case altogether. And I will do that for YouTube. I will skip that one, do the 3rd case, do the 4th floor case. I'll do those for YouTube. And yeah, I think we'll do it that way. Because then I won't have to, like, deal with all of that. I will write a scathing review, though. I will tell these developers that that was unnecessary. So, until then, yeah, it's been 4 hours, so it's a good time to call it here. So, thank you to everyone for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I hope you guys enjoyed watching me struggle to play through this game. When will I be live? I'll be live again Thursday, and I'm gonna try and do Magic the Gathering. So, assuming nothing goes wrong and everything goes well, on Thursday I'll play Magic the Gathering. So, we'll end it here. So until next time, bye everyone!